Hello, welcome. Let me go back to Twitter before I forget, because even though I warned, let me let the people know. But today I need to do some reading. Well, I don't need to do some reading, but I wanted to do some reading. And I also wanted to talk about the Goodreads Choice Awards because I'm too lazy to edit the video that I made. So we're going to do both of those things. So the first 30, 45 minutes, probably going to be about the Goodreads Choice Awards. And then we will go into our first little sprinty sprint where we're going to do the reading. So, okay. So now that I have tweeted, I can give you guys my full attention. We can actually probably just close that whole web browser. Okay. Let's get back over here. Hello, welcome. Like I said, hi, welcome, Ayana. Like I said, so the first minute of the stream, not minute, but the first like 30 or so minutes probably, we're going to talk about the Goodreads Choice Awards. I already voted, so like I won't be voting with you. If you haven't voted, you have like another 7 days, I think, until the final round of voting. So you'll see what I voted for. And I will give you my thoughts and opinions on the other nominees that I haven't read and quite frankly haven't seen a lot of people reading, but that's probably more on me this year because I haven't actually paid attention to what other people are doing with their reading lives. Welcome. So you'll have like 30 or so minutes to figure out what you're going to read. I've decided that I'm going to read Bloodmarked today with y'all because I don't think that I could actually bring myself to film a reading vlog. Like every time, I'm currently in the middle of a reading vlog currently, which is what I should be reading stuff for that. And every time I think about new reading vlog projects, the fun factor isn't there. But the idea of reading this during the reading sprints and maybe finishing it during the reading sprints, giving myself that little challenge, that is fun for me. So that's going to be my personal challenge. You have 2 hours left of your audiobook and you'll be you're a DNFer, just DNF it. Just DNF it. Not falling asleep, not taking a nap, but in the interest of not keeping you guys hostage. Actually, one second. I'm gonna grab my charger and then we're gonna jump into the Goodreads choice stuff. So one moment. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. Let's see here. It's for a vlog. Oh, wait, no. Let's begin. Let's go in order. You're getting out of a mild reading slump, so you have a few options that you're interested in. For a vlog, and you've already DNF'd one. I mean, I don't know how many books are for this vlog, but it sounds like you could just scrap the vlog. Felt like you could just, felt like you could do that. I've been suffering with bronchitis, so we'll see how much reading you get done. Hello, welcome. Goodreads Choice for like Book of the Month fan club this year. Trying to finish a book you're hating so you can eject it from your life. Just DNF. Just DNF. I'm not a DNFer, but I always encourage others to do so. I don't remember if you remember, but I started the Final Empire during one of your sprints ages ago, and you're finally halfway through. This shit is so boring. DNF. But I can tell you right now, Brandy Sandy, he ain't gonna do nothing for you. He ain't gonna do nothing for you. Welcome. So if you're just joining us, there are a few new numbers and little thing. Okay, well, you have plenty of time because I'm gonna run through my rundown of the Goodreads choice voting. So you should have plenty of time to figure out what you want to read. So for best fiction, as you can see, I voted for Tomorrow and Tomorrow and Tomorrow because tomorrow, spoiler alert, this book right here, right, Miss Gab, I don't know what. I was reading Rachel's comment, so I almost said Rachel, but Gabrielle Zevin, she did the thing. She really did the thing right here. So easily, you can't DNF. It just sits there weighing on your life until you finish it. And Okay, that's fair. That's fair, MJ. But this book easily the best fiction book of the year. I don't understand how it's not winning. I mean, maybe it will win. I don't expect it to win, but it is. I'm not. I would not be disappointed if it won. Let's see here. Notes on an execution. I saw people read it. Saw people read it. Haven't read it. Never gonna read it. Night crawling. I saw people reading. Hanya Yanagihara. You'll never get me to read her. Never gonna get me to read her. But I was not surprised to see this. Working on some manga volumes for the 30 and 30. I love that for y'all. I thought I could, thought I could knock out 30 novels in November, and so far, so far that has not happened. But the month's not over. Who do I predict as the winner in best fiction is probably going to be, I would assume, I wouldn't count out Frederick Bachman. I wouldn't count him out. And I wouldn't count. I think this is what I really wanted to say. Cleo and Frank, they should be honored to be nominated because this is ass. I wouldn't be surprised if Celeste Ng took it. If you were a Reese's pick, so like Our Missing Hearts was a Reese's pick, and I feel like there was. Oh, was that the only one? Maybe. Yeah, I guess I was the only one. But I wouldn't be surprised if Celeste Ng took it. Obviously, if you were like this one, which is like a Jenna pick. Oh, there's another one. Honor. I knew there was another one. Honor was a Reese's pick. But there was like Night Crawling was that was an Oprah pick. So like if you were picked by a big book club, I wouldn't count you out because people obviously read your book. But I wouldn't. I'm gonna go with Frederick Bachman, although it is the third book in a series, and so like is third book in a series gonna take in best fiction? Also, Ellen Hildebrand. I've never read an Ellen Hildebrand. But what is she doing here? What is she doing here? I mean, maybe she's holding it down for the women's fiction girlies, but I don't understand why this book is here. Also, wasn't this was a book of the month, wasn't it? Olga Dies Dreaming. Somebody was promoting this book because it was in every book hall, and I have not seen anybody read this book. Firm believer in DNFing books, so many books, a little time. 100 pages into Brandon Sanderson since April. Just DNF it. Burn that book. I mean, the TikTok girlies, Cleo and Frank blew up. I was seeing this on, literary fiction booktube. I was seeing it on fantasy booktube. Every booktuber and their mother was reading Cleopatra and Frankenstein. But I really think that Cleopatra and Frankenstein, they should just be happy to be nominated. Like they should be happy to be thought of in these trying times. Was it good? Was it good? Is it best fiction worthy? Let us know. On to mystery thriller, which is the category that I don't read. Did I vote in this category? Oh, yes. I voted for this Jennifer Hillier book because of all of the books on this list. I had heard good things about this one, so I voted for it without reading. Yes, burn the book. Burn it. You saw Olga Dice Dreaming a lot in book halls, and you didn't see many favorable reviews. Ooh. Well, we're going to wait and see if Monet is going to tell us if it was worth it. Here, I think that The Maid obviously has an edge because it was that was a book of the month. This was a Good Morning America. We got a Reese's pick in here. The Night Shift, I think they should be happy to be nominated in this category along with Jackal. And I think even The Violin Conspiracy I've heard very iffy things about. What is it if I hover? What is it? It's a rating of 4.17. Yeah, 3.72. You should be happy to be nominated. Welcome. We are going through the Goodreads Choice Awards I'm going to say briefly. It might be a minute, so I'm going to try and run through these quickly. You tried The Housemaid and you didn't finish it. It was good, but not best fiction of the year good. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I almost voted for Flicker in the Dark just because I wanted to read that book this year and I never got around to it. But in this category, I think it's probably going to be people got The Maid, but I did hear very mixed things. I would go Killers of a Certain Age, maybe Ruth Ware or Lucy Foley because they're, big names or the heavy hitters. This Richard Osman is like the third book in a series. So like clearly it has fans. It has a 4.5 average. So yeah, I don't know. Simone St. James is another like kind of a heavy hitter. So, like, this is a competitive category full of people that I don't care about. But The Night Shift, they should be happy to be here. Mr. Alex Finley, he wrote some nonsense. You could see how the violent conspiracy could appeal to the lit-fic crowd, even though it's not lit-fic. Interesting. And it was everywhere, which is why I think I heard so many mixed things about it. Which is why I think you might be a book of the month selection, you might be a Reese's book. I feel like Reese usually gets a lot more the people in her book club really like the books. It'd be the people who dabble in and out with the book club that don't really like it. But it can work against you. Like, you might have sent out a lot of copies of your book, but that means there's a whole lot more people out there that did not like it. So we'll see what happens in mystery thriller. I think it's going to be more competitive than I care to admit. As y'all can see, I voted for Carrie Soto is back. I gave this book 5 out of 5 stars. You can see why over on my Patreon. I read it in a reading vlog over there. I love this book. I think it's great. I think it's excellent. Is Taylor Jenkins Reid my favorite person? No, but I don't. Maybe I'm controversial. I voted for her book. You voted for Lisa Jewell in Mystery Thriller, even though you haven't read that one. You love her books. That's fair. That's fair. Like, Peach Blossom Spring, I did read earlier this year, and it was cute. I think I've read this book, I've read versions of this book that were just better. So it was hard for me to vote for this, but I'm happy to see it nominated. The Magnolia Palace, I feel, had a lot of early support. Like, back at the beginning of the year, everyone, you could not check this book out at my library. They had 5 copies, and all of them were checked out. You wouldn't be surprised if The Maid won. It was a decent, cozy murder mystery. Okay. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised either. I do think it could win, but I'm not gonna. My money is still on Ruth Ware or Lucy Foley. These other people, Diana Gabaldon, I think she's really happy to be here, but maybe it'll win because it's Diana Gabaldon. I do think that, Taylor's gonna take it home. I love that for Taylor. Maggie O'Fair. Actually, I don't think Taylor is taking it home. I think this is going to be a very competitive category, and I think Lessons in Chemistry is taking it because this book it's been on Lucky Checkout. Like, you only have this book in my library for 4 days since it came out. This book has been out 4 months. This book is still impossible to check out. So Lessons in Chemistry is probably actually going to be what wins. I haven't read it. I don't know anything about it. I know Monet read it, and I think Monet really enjoyed it. So my money is actually on Lessons in Chemistry. So this might sneak in and cut Taylor's throat. Young Mungo, Douglas Stewart, he should be happy to be nominated. I think this would have been better over in Best Fiction. Is it historical? Yes, but I think I don't know. Carrie Soto feels more historical than this little Douglas Stewart. Yeah, you really liked Lessons in Chemistry. You gave it 5 stars. I think it's going to win this category, actually. I think it's going to win this category. Memphis, you might see me reading at some point. Spoiler alert, it's on a list of things to read. So I didn't vote for it, but I have heard good things, and I do plan to get to it before the year is over. Next category, Best Fantasy. I voted for Babel. How could I not? This is a weird category. I think the Best Fantasy this year is a very eclectic category. I don't care for Naomi Novik. I think she should be very on. You read Black Cake and you're expecting so much more. I feel like I've seen a lot of people have that same sentiment. A lot of people seem to think that same way. So I'm not surprised. I'm surprised to see the Golden Enclaves here because I don't think this. I know people who have read this really fuck with the series. I don't think it's that good. Don't think it's that good. I hope I like it. I really hope I like it. Miss Novik is doing a lot. So we all know. I do think that House of Sky and Breath is but this is also very competitive. You have Sarah J. Maas, you have R.F. Kuang, Daughter of the Moon. I think what's gonna hurt Daughter of the Moon Goddess is that this book came out so long ago, and Heart of the Sun Warrior is going to be what everyone is thinking about. So I do think it's gonna be an uphill battle for Daughter of the Moon Goddess. But then what? Best Fantasy is the category you've read the most books in, and they didn't even vote because not the material. Fantasy girls were lacking. Uh, should feel very honored to be nominated. You enjoyed the book, but it's nowhere near the level of these other books. Was that up here? Oh, the very secret society of irregular witches. I mean, congratulations for getting him. Isn't this a romance? Let me open this link in a new tab. I have no idea what this book is. The warm and uplifting novel about an isolated witch whose opportunity to embrace a quirky new family and a new love changes. I mean, I guess to be fair, if you're gonna have Sarah J. Maas in the category and Jennifer L. Armentrout in the category and Daughter of the Moon Goddess in this category, I guess you can include the very secret society of irregular witches. Like they're all in the same varying degrees of fantasy romance. Isn't Nettle and Bone also varying degrees of fantasy romance? So like sure, this is a very interesting direction for the fantasy category. I think it's going to be a little bit more competitive because again, you have Sarah J. Maas, you have Brandon Sandy back in it. Again, can we stop? Thank you. Daughter of the Moon Goddess, Babel, Stephen King. Like, there's going to be a lot of splitting the vote. I think this is going to be a very hotly contested. Even N.K. Jemisin, people don't fuck with this little city be the great city series that she be putting out, but this is a very competitive, very competitive. The only thing I doesn't like, if I were to knock like things out of this right now, I don't think Thistlefoot stands a chance. Society of Irregular Witches doesn't stand a chance. Enchanted River, I wouldn't put my money on that. Uh, maybe Stardust Thieves, just because I've heard some things. When Women Were Dragons, haven't heard anybody ever talk about this book, but otherwise, these are all books that I've heard about to some varying degrees. This category, I mean, oh, Legends and Lattes. I mean, it's low fantasy, so like again, it's a very interesting category. Okay, it's definitely a romance in a fantasy world. Should have been in the romance category. You read Electra and it's melatonin gummy. Every time you want to pick up a Sarah J. Maas, you remember I'm not white and therefore will most likely have a terrible reading experience. Not that. I think it's more like a temp romance than those other books, though. Nettle and Bone is just a fairy tale with some romance. You're not surprised to see Kaike, but that was Kaike is horrible. I mean, I talked about this in my tier ranking books that Aaron made me read. This book is awful. Like, it's not very good. So I do think it's, an honor to be nominated for Kaike. And I'm happy to see that there's some melanin in the category with, Vishnavi Patel, with Daughter of the Moon Goddess, with RF Kwong. Sun Yi Den, I think also some melanin. I don't know the person, so maybe they're not. Olivia Blake, Chelsea Abdullah, Sangu, so it's not a bunch of white people. Obviously, N.K. Jemisin. I think Naomi Novik is a Jewish lady, so like there's some, it's not all old white people. It's not a romance, but it is a bad book. Well, since we are talking about romance, the Secret Society is not a romance. Romance means it's the main plot, and it wasn't. Okay. You meant Irregular Witches for a romance. Sorry. I personally think Nettle and Bone deserves it. Okay. Maybe T. Kingfisher will come through. I doubt it. I think that it's going to be, if I had to pick like a top 5, it really would be the Brandy Sandy, the Sarah J. Maas, probably the Stephen King, even though I've not seen anybody read Fairy Tale, the R.F. Kwong, and whoever that other popular person was in that category that we just did. Like, it's gonna be a bloodbath. I think the fantasy final round is going to be the most interesting to see, like, what got kicked out. As y'all can see, I voted for Love on the Brain as best romance. Is it because it was one of the only romances that I'd read in this category? Probably. But I actually really enjoyed this book. I had a fun time with these two people. What were they? Levi? Is it Levi in this book? And Beatrice? Are those their names? Let me open this thing. Oh, no, not Beatrice, but we got B and Levi. So I was close. I enjoyed them. I've heard very good things about Catherine Center's The Bodyguard. Like, everybody in the past like week or two has been like talking about this is the best thing since sliced bread. So I would not be surprised if this took it home. The Colleen Hoover, I'm not surprised to see here at all. I think the last time I was on this page, Reminders of Him was above It Starts With Us, and I don't know how they sort these. So I'm not surprised to see these here. I am surprised to see the Akweke Emezi so far up because this book was god awful. I think it was horrible. Lauren Asher, isn't Lauren Asher indie published? So I think that's, good for them to be up here so high. Let's see what the people are saying. I mean, I'm not surprised to see the Coho. Stephen King got some shooters. We don't know how or where they come from. Exactly. Like I would not count Stephen King out. I would not do it. I would not. Like, he will come out of nowhere and win an award. You're reading Love on the Brain right now, and it's awful. Listen, I had a good time. Yeah, Allie Hazelwood and I got beef. So sorry, it's not gonna happen. I mean, I don't think that anybody is like missing out by not reading Allie Hazelwood, but I think that if you want the pinnacle of Allie Hazelwood, I really think you got to read Love on the Brain and Below Zero. Like, if you read those two books, you've read the best that I think Allie Hazelwood has to offer, with the characters that aren't like weird. Like, sometimes, like when I was reading Under One Roof, there was like some weirdness happening, and Stuck With You was giving some weird vibes. So I think that Love on the Brain and Below Zero passed the vibe check. Yes, Dating Dr. Dill, it's an honor to be nominated for Dating Dr. Dill, because even though this was a book of the month selection, everybody and their mother hates this book. I think I've only seen one vaguely positive book review of Dating Dr. Dill, and they were not impressed. They were not impressed still. Like, it was still like a 3-star book for them. I think that the Akweke Emezi book is like, it's just not good. Like, it's not. I think it I read it again for tier ranking books that Aaron made me read, and like, I can understand the appeal of like dating like an older man, like main character, and I do think that You Made a Fool of Death with Your Beauty is technically a romance. I just think it's boring. What did I put in my review? Maybe my review will give you, maybe I was very concise over there, so you don't have to go watch that tier ranking video. It lacked substance. They had like no chemistry. They were like, this is going to be a spoiler for You Made a Fool of Death with Your Beauty. So if you don't want to be spoiled for that book, I would just mute me until you see that we have moved away from these covers. So, not rooting for Emezi. Look, the book is a mess. So we have our main character, Faye, whose husband unexpectedly died. I think he had like some kind of illness or something. So he's dead before the start of the book. At the beginning of the book, we're seeing her as she's coming out of her grieving process. She's trying to put herself back out there. Her best friend, Joy, is like, you can't, like, you're 25, 26, 27, something like that. You're, in your mid-20s, you can't be, grieving for the rest of your life. You should get back out there. And so Faye does. And so she's hooking up with this guy at this party or this club that she's at, and they're exchanging their numbers or whatever. And eventually, she goes out again at like a different time or something, and she meets this guy that she's hooking up with, like his friend. And so Faye and this friend, they start talking. They're getting to know one another, and the friend is like, yo, I'm really vibing with you, but I gotta go back to the islands. I forget what fucking island in the Caribbean he was from, but he said, I gotta go back to the Caribbean, but you should come with me. Like, you're an artist. Like, I think that it could be good for you to get away from the city for a little bit, revitalize your creative juices. And Faye is like, you know what, bet, I'm gonna go. So she jumps on the plane with the guy, and she gets to the island where the guy lives or he's from or whatever. And they're in the airport. She's like, I know this man walking toward us, because his dad is this super, super famous, like, TV chef type guy. And so they're at the TV chef's house, and they're, she's doing her little art thing. She gets commissioned by somebody at this party to create some art pieces. And Faye is like, bet, I need some money. I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna get the bag real quick. So she's working on this art, and the homie, or the guy she's talking to, he's like, hey, I have to go to this other island real quick because business. I have a business meeting over on this other island. So I'm gonna leave you here. But it's gonna be cool. Like, my dad's gonna be here. You can stay in the room. Like, you can do whatever you need to do. Like, everything's taken care of. Don't even worry about paying for nothing. I got you. I'm gonna go. I'll be back. You won't even notice that I'm gone. She's like, bet, cool, whatever. I gotta work on this art piece for this little thing anyway. So, like, I'm not even gonna notice that you're gone. Mind you, Faye and this older man, they've had like one conversation. And in their second conversation, they're talking about I love you. they're talking about you're amazing. I can't imagine my life without you. And I'm like, you're a grown ass woman, and he's a grown ass man with grown ass kids, and this is how y'all are gonna. This is you dating. It wasn't even like the sex was amazing and like her brain was like really messed up from this amazing adventure they had together. It's like, no, y'all talked twice. They had two conversations, and now the dick is just so good that she got to stay on the island with him. And what really actually upset me about this book is that we find out that dude's dad was bisexual and their mother had passed away, I don't know, like 10 years ago or something. And after their mother passed away, he started dating he was a younger man because his dad, I guess, likes him younger or whatever. But he was, it was legal. It wasn't like, he wasn't no bait, like robbing the cradle or some shit. So the dad and this like guy are like together, and his kids find out and they're like, how could you do this to mom? How could you do this to us? Like, don't you love us? Like, and so they make their dad break up with this guy. And so then he meets Faggy and they've had two conversations. And he's like, yeah, I don't give a fuck what my kids say. I'm going to marry you. You're going to be their new mommy. I just love you so much, Faggy. Like, you and I, like, we vibing because like you know what it's like to lose a spouse, and I know what it's like to lose a spouse, and like there's no one else on this whole planet of 8 billion people that knows what it's like to lose a spouse. And so I'm gonna ruin everything for you, Faye, because you're the number one. You're the number one. And I said, this is fucking bullshit. Like, you can write me a book where homegirl is getting with the dad of her boyfriend or this man that she's talking to. I know that's a thing that exists. I watch the romance girlies. I see all the messy plot lines that the romance authors are coming up with. And this was just ass. It was ass. It was ass. It was ass. And so I was just like, first you had this bisexual man who was like literally 5 seconds ago unwilling to like do anything, and now he's just like burning his whole life to the ground. And I think that you could have made that interesting because it's like he lost his wife, he lost out on that other dude. So like, if you had written the book better, I can understand this character being willing to do anything to like actually, have their happiness, but it wasn't coming aloft like that. And what was really killing me was so then the son, he comes back from his business trip and he sees that his dad is smashing his girlfriend or this girl he's talking to that he brought here, and he totally flips the script. And do I think that like a guy would overreact in a situation where that happens? Absolutely. But it was written in a way where you were supposed to like see this like switch flip, and you were supposed to be like, oh, he's been like this all along. It was giving very much Rhysand and fucking Tamlin. And so Akweke Emezi like did the whole Tamlin arc in the matter of like him coming back, him going to a business trip and coming back, and now this man is like a horrible person, and he's like trying to drag homegirl out of the house by her braids. And I'm just like, yes, he's tripping. Yes, he's doing the absolute most. Like, I am not gonna sit up on the internet and defend this man. He a fool, and she don't need to be with him. But I was like, nothing in this book is good. Like, nothing in this book is like giving me what I want it to be. And what was really killing me is that Fei, the entire time she's like having this conversation with her homegirl Joy back in New York, because she's having some conflicting feelings. She's like, I don't know if I should do this. I don't know if I should do this. Like, I don't know what, like how I'm supposed to be living my life or whatever. And Joy is living her best life. Joy is doing like Joy's been doing everything that Faye has been doing, but when Joy was doing it with her little lesbian lovers, because Joy's a lesbian, when Joy was out here being messy in these messy relationships with these older lesbian ladies that weren't ready to come out of the closet or whatever, Faye was like judging Joy down. She was dragging Joy by her braids. And so now when Faye's down there in the islands being a messy bitch living for the drama, she's expecting Joy to be like, yeah, go for it, girl, do it. You should do this. And I was just like, we could have read a Joy book. I think Akweke Emezi has come out and said that we are going to get a Joy book, but at this rate, it's just too little, too late. So I don't think this should win, but I'm happy to see it here. Like I'm happy that there is a Black love romance on the list, because I think everything else is very white. This is Aina Huang is obviously an Asian woman. Elena Armas is from Spain, so you got some different. You got some. Oh no, Mia Sosa, but this looks like it's interracial, because I think Mia Sosa is also a Black woman. So you got interracial by a Black author, and you got Black love by a Black author. So like, we got the diversity here. But let me catch up with the comments before I move on to the next category. I'm happy that I'm not alone. Allie Coho or Emily Henry. I don't think if it wasn't book lovers, I would say it, but I think that I think it's going to be Catherine Center. I've heard very good things about that book from just about everybody. It's going to be none of those. Not seeing it. I'm not seeing it for Emily. You will admit that Love on the Brain is the best. This is pulled out of her Magic Hat, but her best is still. I mean, that's fair. Like in the grand, like of all of the romance books that a person can read, they're definitely better than Allie Hazelwood. I still want to read Delilah Green Doesn't Care. You're silently rooting for Mezzi. Okay, we did touch on that one. None of their stuff sounds very good to me, but yeah, it wasn't fun. I didn't think it was fun. A lot of people did think it was fun, and I like mess, but this wasn't even mess. Like this book was just pure raggedy. Like it wasn't like there wasn't anything fun about it. The fun was not to be found for me. You had to stop reading Death with Your Beauty when you got to Faggy meeting that man. It was foolish, and you did. I didn't get it either. It was messing nothing else not even good. Exactly. It was just raggedy. The vibe you get from, yeah, mess without the fun. Oh, and then I see that you have you have retracted that statement. And Mezzi made choices that you couldn't understand for where they chose to play inside the romance genre box and where they decided to rip it to shreds. I think that the book itself is a pretty standard romance. I don't think it really rips anything to shreds. I mean, I guess you have characters who are cheating, but there are definitely books in romance where like the protagonist and the love interest are like cheating. And here, I think the cheating is very much in a gray space where Nasir and Faggy were not really dating, like they were definitely just talking. But like, I do think that if you are going to a foreign country with a person, they do think that the talking stage is pretty significant. Like, I do think that they do imagine some level of exclusivity, but you know, the thing was weird. It was a weird book. It was Faggy not even bothering to say, like, it was foolish. And then the book ends and it's talking about getting married. And I said, y'all literally had 5 conversations. Yeah, like she was like, yeah, I knew I should have cheated on you because look at you now. You out here trying to drag me by your braid. And it was just foolish. I tried to. I tried to be telling the people not to read things. If the son ain't shit, then the fuck dad too. It's gotta be someone's fault. Low key, where was the parenting when it mattered? I mean, it was weird. It was a weird, and the sister was also weird. And so the book ends, and like this man ain't got his daughter, he ain't got his son because both the daughter and the son are like, "What the fuck are you doing with this little girl?" And again, she's not a little girl; she's like 25 or whatever. But still, you need the trend. Listen, I'm trying to entertain. You'd rather have seen 7 Days in June up there. Didn't that come out in 2021? Was that a 2022 release? You voted for Electric Idol. You loved that. It was there. Yeah, that's what I thought 7 Days in June was. You wanted to read 7 Days so bad, but the way everybody enjoys it with the themes I've heard are in there. I don't know if it's well done. I don't know either. Haven't read it. And I don't know if I can trust it anymore. But, you know, maybe it's good. 7 Days in June, especially. You voted for Electric Idol because you related to a person you thought was really good. Indie romances, do what Amezi did in full. That's what I thought. Like, I think you can give homie hopping. I think you can, you know, give somebody hooking up with the man's dad. Like, I think that's very much possible to do. But this is just not the execution that you want for those tropes. Sorry, you misgendered. Yeah, I don't know what their pronouns are, but I know that they identify as like some Nigerian entity that's through their culture. You got to Google it because I'm not going to be able to explain it because I don't understand it. But I do believe they use they, them pronoun. Hello, Felicia. I could be incorrect. Please don't take anything that I say as the gospel. Next category is best science fiction. I voted for Station Eternity just for the cover. I thought this was the best cover on the list. Do I think it's going to win? No. That's what I think. I like the cover, and it's doing pretty well. If this is like in order of what votes it has, out of these, I think I am shocked and surprised that literally none of these things I thought were going to do well. Maybe Upgrade and Sea of Tranquility because Blake Crouch and Emily St. John Mandel are authors that I heard of. But when I opened this for the first day, I'd never heard of these 2 books ever. I did expect the Kaiju Preservation Society to do well because I've heard of John Scalzi. Listen, no, I didn't. And I'm okay, here we go. Quicket Mezza uses they, them, and we, y'all pronouns. There we go. Voting for the cover is hecka funny. You like the Leech cover. You didn't realize that it was sci-fi. Well, now you know. Now you know. But yeah, I definitely vote for books all the time that I don't know. I did expect to see Leviathan Falls a lot higher because this was like the final book in the Expanse, so I thought that would mean something to the sci-fi girlies. I thought Nona would be up higher because I'd heard of it. I thought Daughter of Dr. Moreau would be up higher. I thought Ocean's Echo would be up much higher. So I'm kind of gagged. How High We Go in the Dark is a book I've heard of, but I'm not surprised that it's so, low on at least where it is right now. Just because I've heard it's like short stories or interconnected in some way. So I think that's a little bit harder for some people, but I do think that Upgrade by Blake Crouch is probably going to take it. And if there's an upset, it'll probably be from Sea of Tranquility. Yep. I mean, it's the Goodreads Choice Awards. Like, come on now. Come on. Okay. The more you know. But I do think that Upgrade and C, those are going to take it. Daughter of Dr. Moreau was boring, so it had that where I hadn't read it. But I do like, just because if I'm basing it on like author name, I do think that Daughter of Dr. Moreau and Ocean's Echo and Nona and Leviathan, those would be people I would expect to see enter the final round of voting. I don't have a lot to say here though, because I hadn't really read anything in this category, and I don't have any not melatonin on paper. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Best horror. I voted for White Horse just because I really like the cover. Again, the sunglasses are the moment. This little smoke. It's the moment. If I had to pick a winner, based on books that I've heard of, I think that this is probably Nona is. You think Nona is definitely going to win? Okay. Hello, welcome. You've read The Measure, and it was 3 out of 5. Not 3 out of 5. I think that if I had to pick a winner here, this is probably T. Kingfisher's best shot at winning, even though I don't think it's going to win. If I hadn't voted for White Horse because of the cover, I would have voted for Manhunt because it's a book I would actually want to read. But just like Mother, I've heard of House of Hunger, Alexis Henderson. I think that the internet likes Alexis Henderson, but I don't know if readers like Alexis Henderson. Don't know if that's going to happen. But here is a very open category. Like literally anybody could take it. Like Our Wives Under the Sea didn't know this was a horror book. I saw this at my local independent bookstore. So like maybe somebody has read it. I watched one person the other day finish The Devil Takes You Home and they were not impressed. Stephen King could win just because it's Stephen King, but I don't think it's going to really be a marker on the thing. Let's see here. You agree? I feel like Silver Garcia has interesting ideas, but not execution. You want to read Our Wives Under the Sea, but the cover I've seen in Paris, yeah, you're not buying until you go back home. You're interested in Ava Reed. You've only read Manhunt and you didn't even like it. Ooh, that's sad. For fantasy, I voted for Babel. Always got to vote for Babel. You could see it for The Sundial. Maybe. Again, like for me, like literally anybody in this category. Oh, Sundial was science fiction, correct? You did 2 D&Fs. I haven't tried it, so I don't know if it's good or bad. But I think Erin was also saying that she was reading the Hacienda a couple days ago, maybe a week ago. And she was like, if the audiobook just got returned, then she wouldn't even be mad because like she was not invested in this book at all. So I don't know. Sundial was like literally right here in front of my face. Anyway, that's embarrassing. But this is a wide open category. I voted for the pretty cover. I hope it wins. Hope it's good. Looking forward to hearing thoughts and opinions on this so I know if I need to pick it up. Next category. I think we're almost done. Oh, God. I'm going to skip all of these unnecessary categories. I'm going to go straight to memoir for just a second. I voted for Token Black Girl because I don't think that, where is it? I don't think Viola Davis needed my vote. I figured she would get there without it. So I voted for Daniel Prescott. I just wanted to say that I read some memoirs this year and none of the memoirs that I read were nominated, and so I am deeply upset. Um, so yeah, don't really care about this category. Not gonna really spend too much time on that. Listen, maybe she did. Maybe she did. I haven't started. We haven't done a single solitary sprint yet, so I have no idea. What my bones no snap slapped. Okay. I'm happy that you found it and you enjoyed it. I'm not really. This book isn't even out yet. This little Alan Rickman thing. It was there's like maybe it just dropped. I'm annoyed. Anyway, I'm happy for all these people. I'm gonna skip all of those little nonfiction sections because nobody cares. We're gonna go to graphic novel and comics. I mean, I voted on all of them, but no one cares about those categories. I mean, she probably will, but like maybe she won't. Maybe Viola will slap it out of her. You're glad your mom and dad had the Nickelodeon kids by the they really did. Really did. I will read it. I just didn't need to vote for it. For like at some point in my life, I will listen to her tell me the story, but it's not gonna be in November. Here, I voted for Wash Day Diaries just because I don't think that Lore Olympus needed my vote to get in. I think that in the end, this will probably go down between Lore Olympus and Heartstopper. Um, yeah, I have read. This was not me just I know this isn't it doesn't look like I have read this, but I want people to know I did read it. It is also for a project that is coming. If you're a patron, you know. Wash Day Diaries was really fun, but you had to vote for Many Deaths of Layla Stair. I mean, that's far. That's fair. This looks like that's pretty art. Your fave was a Wash Day Diaries. The cis het girlies are going to mass vote for Heartstopper, y'all. Listen, I am gagged that Fangirl is nominated. This don't need to be here. Heartstopper again. I think it's really going to be between Lore Olympus and Heartstopper. Maybe the Grishaverse will come into the final round of voting. I guess Saga. Saga could also take it. So it'll be like a three-way race to the finish, but would not put it past Alice Oseman to win this category. The next one, I think we're going to skip another one. I'm skipping poetry. I voted for the Amanda Gorman because it was Amanda Gorman. That's all anybody cares about. Debut novel. Had I read any of the... how... Okay. This is why. So all of these are books that I didn't think were worthy of winning. So Kaike, I didn't think it was worthy of Best Fantasy, and there's really no way it was worthy of Best Debut. Cleopatra and Frankenstein should have been happy to be in Best Fiction. There's no way that it needed to be over here. Daughter of the Moon Goddess, I probably could have voted for if I hadn't read Heart of the Sun Warrior. But I've read Heart of the Sun Warrior, and it's a better book in some ways, and in some ways it's a worse book. So like it felt weird to like voting for this, and so I voted for A Flicker in the Dark. I voted for A Flicker in the Dark because I wanted to read it. I'm excited to get to it at some point in my life. So here I am. I mean, I see that now. I don't think that A Flicker in the Dark was going to take it. If I had to guess, if Lessons in Chemistry doesn't get Best Historical and it loses to the Taylor Jenkins Reid over there, I could see it winning here. I didn't know that Memphis was a debut, even though again I already voted, so like I should have noticed this. But that's interesting. I'll have to keep that in mind when I'm reading it. Every Summer After, it could take it. This really had TikTok by the throat, so I wouldn't be surprised if Every Summer After, if it came through. You're looking forward to reading Jackal. Go read Cleo, Black Cake, and Reading Night Calling, and I promise you 2 out of 3 of those were bad. I mean, I read Coco. It was bad. I've heard nothing but bad things about The Violin Conspiracy. Night Crawling was almost a Choices Book Club selection. And spoiler alert, the Choices Book Club, it might be dead. It might be dead in the water. It's hard to hear first. So I wouldn't be surprised if Night Crawling was the good one. I would probably be gagged if The Violin Conspiracy was the good one. DNF the maid because it was very silly. Yeah, I think this is really Lessons in Chemistry and Every Summer After. Actually, Every Summer After is probably going to win this. I'm going to say it here now. Every Summer After is winning this category. On to young adult fiction. So regular fiction. What did I vote? Oh, I know what I voted for. Over here. I voted for Ophelia After All because it was on, I think it was my second best book of 2021. Why? You know, why what? Why do I think that Every Summer After is going to win? There's a delay. So I have moved on when I'm seeing the comment. So I will happily answer the why if I have a little more context. I voted for Ophelia After All. Do I think it's going to win? Probably not. I do think that Karen and McManus is in here twice, and this is unnecessary. Unnecessary for her to be in here twice. I really hate to see it. I am happy to see. Oh, because I just cannot be bothered to read the books. I have not read the November book yet, at all, and there's like 2 days left in the month, and there might be I haven't read the November book, and I never read the October book. There, I think if I'm doing work, because there was not supposed to be, there was not a book for December. So we had a book in September, and then we had a book in October, and we had a book in November, and I did not read Love Boat Reunion in October at all, and I haven't read The View Was Exhausting yet, so it might just be going out with a whimper. You voted for the Lesbiana's Guide. You don't think it'll win. I've heard nothing but really great things. So started the audio for the Throne today. Good luck, Aiden. Good luck. Good luck. I do think that I've heard of all of these. I did not like this book at all. I don't see it for this book. I don't see it for The Weight of Blood. I don't see it for I Kiss Shara Wheeler. I think Shara Wheeler should be happy to be nominated. There was no noise for this little Adam Silvera book, but here it is. There was not any noise for this either, but I think this is a pretty cover. I'm happy to see the Ruta Sepetys. Rachel Lynn Solomon. I kind of refuse to believe that she's writing best young adult fiction when she cannot write adult at all. So like she should not be here. I haven't heard anybody talk about My Chemical Romance, but I think this is a cute cover, so I'm happy to see this author spotlighted, especially because it's an author that I haven't heard anybody talk about. Loveless. I've heard very mixed things about this book from the asexual community, so like I'm kind of surprised to see that it's nominated here. But also this is like a 2021 book that was definitely released in the UK while we were all in lockdown, but whatever. Okay, Goodreads. Loveless will definitely win because of Heartstopper Girly seeing this Alice Oseman and spamming the vote button. I mean, maybe it will, but my money is still going to be on Ophelia because I think it was a really good book and it should win. Over here in young adult science fiction fantasy, I'm sorry, we have been talking about this for an hour, but it's okay because we do 45-minute sprints now, so we are gearing up to do some reading in just a minute here. What did I vote for over here? Oh, I voted for If You Could See the Sun because I thought this was the prettiest cover. My Chemical Romance is written by Olivia Blake under a different name. I am gagged. I never would have known. Never would have known that. Good for them. Good for them. I mean, I know that's why they included it because I understand. Like, I could see the cover is different, but it's interesting to see you here. Anatomy of Love is okay, better than The Death of Jane Lawrence. At least we're improving. How many books? Too many. So many. You really enjoyed This Is Ever After, so you voted for it. What? Oh, is it LCRC something? FT Lukens. Okay. I did see the marketing department pushing this book. I'm not surprised to see Cytonic. I am gagged that Tahara Mafi is here because everybody was dragging this book. I didn't see anybody enjoy this book. Chloe Gong, fresh off a year of questionable blurbage, is here representing. I'm excited that Aiden Thomas is here. I'm excited to see Axie O is here. At this point, I feel like Cassie Clare has not put out a book this year. She didn't put out a book in 2022. Chain of Thorns comes out in January, I think, or like late December. So it would be outside the voting period. And there wasn't, because Chain of Iron came out last year. I think. So I'm not surprised that Cassie is not representing. Bloodmark made no noise. I don't like the first book, but I know mostly everybody was lying when they said Legendborn was good. This is Ever After was cute and it's more romance and fantasy. I mean, it probably is, but like there isn't a young adult romance category. It's just fantasy or regular fiction. And if it has a fantastical element, they're not going to put it in fiction. So she really will. She will. The Woven Kingdom sounds too generic that way fantasy released 8 to 10 years ago. I mean, that's probably true. So I voted for this, but I have no idea what this book is about, but I thought it had a pretty cover. I'm excited for all these people to be nominated here, except for Bloodmarked. Not excited for that. I see that you're trying to get the Hive to stand up. Where did that comment go? I don't ignore anybody. I see Joan trying to do the Lord's work for Miss Tracy. I don't see it for Bloodmark though. The book is also like literally it came out like 2 days before the voting could start. I do think that's going to hurt Bloodmarked, and it probably would have succeeded more if it was in the 2023 awards, but you know, it is what it is. Just like the middle grade children's books, I think they need to be in separate categories. I voted for This Is Not Enough because it looked like it was a picture book and I wanted it to go to a picture book. I just don't understand like why we're putting picture books up against things like Amari and the Great Game or The Marvelers or Witchlings. Like the audience for these books are so different. Like Stellar Loon is like 800 pages, isn't it? Let me open this in a new tab. If I open this in a new, yes, this book is 736 pages going up against books that are like 50 pages. What is this? I Am Quiet, A Story for the Introvert and All of Us is 32 pages. Why are they going up against each other? It's fucking foolishness. So I voted for a picture book, but this could go to literally anybody in this category. I would assume it's probably going to go to a Roshni Chokshi or Danielle Clayton, or probably it's probably going to go to Amari, if we're being honest here, but not super competitive. But with that, we have gone through all of the awards. So let me close this little tab and catch up on the comments here. Belladonna has been receiving rave reviews. Okay, good for Belladonna. Listen, I haven't. I'm on page 0. I have literally just I felt that my little Letitia bookmark would be very fitting for Bloodmarked. So we're going to use Letitia. She's sitting on, the little title page here. And we're gonna get to work. We're gonna get to work. I don't think there needs to be an audiobook category, but maybe I doubt it, but maybe. I hope Bloodmarked is hurt 2 years later at 19. Are you gonna have to call the cops on the book, I fear? Or you're gonna have to call CPS. Let me see. Bloodmarked book 2 in the Legendborn cycle. Let's see. We got an Order of the Round Table. Little flow chart. Prologue. Okay, well, maybe not prologue, because that could be any amount of time. Part 1, Strength. This is a part where I hesitate. It doesn't say anything about no time skip, so we'll see. We'll see. Listen. I was thinking about this earlier today. Because on Friday I was on Jesse's channel because they were doing nocturnal sprints and I was there. And I said that I think it's very weird how Tracy Dion be promoting her books. I feel like Tracy Dion, I had to block her on Twitter because I feel like every time I was seeing somebody talk about Tracy or seeing her promote the book, it was always like, I can write a book that has no black people. I can write a book with this little black girl in the sea of whiteness. If I want to write this little white girl, if I want to write the black girl in the sea of whiteness, because that's some people's experience. Some people's experience isn't them trying to find other black friends. Some people only have white people in their lives because they go to predominantly white places. And I was just like, Tracy, what kills me is like there is such a community around her books. Like the Legendborn cycle, I think is amazing. Do I like the books? No, but I think there are actually Black people out here who are reading your books, who are hyping you up, who are saying that you are that girl, and it is very weird the way that I am always seeing you talking about the people who would like to see your Black main character have Black friends. Like if you are really writing it for the people, like you have found the audience. Like that's what's killing me. You're tweeting out that you're a #1 New York Times bestselling author, that you're on these indie like book gifts like lists or whatever. So it's like you are clearly selling copies of your book. People who like the story that you have chosen to write are finding your book. You don't have to constantly defend this idea that some Black people have no Black friends. You don't have to do it. Like you don't have to do it. But even if I wanted to take that out of the, and that's also kind of why I did not want to do like a dedicated reading vlog, because I feel like it's too messy. But here live, it's gonna be a time. But the thing I was thinking about earlier, I think that it's very weird. I think it's very weird. This is gonna be minor spoilers for Legendborn. I think it's very weird, just in general, for your this is so messy. I think it's weird to write a book where the one of the potential love interests, they were, their grandparents or great grandparents or whatever, their ancestors owned your ancestors. Is it like a generic possibility if you're a Black person living in the South and you meet some random white person living in the South and you decide to get married, you could literally marry, his ancestors could have owned your ancestors and you would never know. Like, you know what I mean? Like, do I allow for that possibility? Also, we're going to do sprints at the top of the hour. So at a clock, we're going to sprint. So I'm going to try and wrap this up in the next 4 minutes. That is a very distinct possibility that could happen to you. Fine, congratulations, that could happen to anybody. But I think it's very weird that if you actively know that his family owned your family, and the only reason that you have the position in the society that you currently have is because his family owned your family and his family raped your family, and the reader had to experience that ancestor being raped and left for dead. I think it's very weird for that character to continue on as a love interest. It's like, what? I think it's very weird. And I think it's very weird that you cannot have pushback. I also think that the people over at Simon are dirty for this cover, because the little Black girl on this cover, one second, let me cut my camera again so I can stand up and grab this book. This Black girl and this Black girl are two different Black girls. Literally no other person in publishing is like, even if there is illustrated covers like of like all these, there are middle grade series that have gone on forever, and those little white characters look like each other the entire run of the series. We couldn't even get from book 1 to book 2 with the same little Black girl. It's doing too much for me. It's doing too much for me. Let me see here. 200 pages in, and it's pretty good. You're saying this is someone who DNF Legendborn. Okay. Hopefully, I mean, maybe I'm choosing violence, but I think violence was chosen against me. Yes, had to be. I was tired of seeing, because I love people who, like, I follow people who follow her, and I was getting tired of seeing them quote tweeting her tweets. I was getting tired of it. You remember you talked about, yeah. Let's see here. You just got here sad you missed the reaction to the horror category and happy with the nominations. Yeah, I feel like horror could be anybody's game, but I'm also not a horror reader, so like, I don't know. I don't know who's in her room, but I feel like she needs to go back, and I think she's a professor somewhere. Let me see here. Best-selling author, master's degree in communication, studies, and she worked in live theater, video game production, and K-12 education. Okay, maybe she's a full-time author now, but I feel like she had to have a day job. She needs to go to her day job. Not Bree. You're worried now because Legendborn is on your TBR. It's funny because we also already have so many books focusing on white people in majority white spaces. You can write, let's not pretend it's revolutionary. Let's talk about it, because being a physically see what happened. That's what really gets me is that like it's one thing if that is happen like you just if it's like when Kira Sedgwick and Kevin Bacon went on, ancestry.com or whatever, and they found out they're 12th cousins. Y'all could have never guessed that you were 12th cousins. But it's like Bree knows that Nick's ancestors raped her ancestors, and he is still a valuable love interest. Stop. Because they're not the same person. Completely different reference photos. Literally every Black person has said that those are different people. Like they're nowhere near the same person. There ain't no like a Black person could not have been involved in the creation of these covers. You wish more YA heroines are just single instead of being involved with guys like that. Like I'm okay with like I do think there's space for YA with no romance, but in general, I'm okay with it. But I do think that there has to be a time where you just you don't date the person whose ancestors raped you, like physically and left you for dead. And then you had to I could not get transported to the day that my ancestor was raped and left for dead in a field and see them screaming out to the earth for help and protection, and then bounce back and be like, 5 months later, let me go see what Nick is up to because maybe he wants to go on a date with me. Black girl and two white guys. I mean, but again, like that's not what Tracy wants. Tracy doesn't want Black people to have Black friends. Tracy said that's not realistic for everybody. But with that said, I told y'all we would sprint at a clock, and it is about to be 1 after. So for the next 45 minutes, because I done talked for an hour, we're gonna read. We're gonna do some reading. We're gonna be productive. If you're doing NaNoWriMo, you get your words and you do whatever you want. We got 45 minutes. We're gonna do some stuff. Welcome back, readers. How did everybody do? I had a little snack of pineapple and it's currently fucking up my tongue. But I read 54 pages of Blood Marked. I just there's a line in this book that I think is quite funny, that I thought that I would read to y'all. So on page 50, and it's the start of a paragraph, and it says, something silent and resonant passes between the two Merlins and takes me aback. I hadn't considered this, that Cell had been isolated for months, maybe years, from people like him. Mind you, this is a white man in a house of white men. He has always been alone at the chapter, in title and duty, as well as origin. But in the blink of an eye, there are 7 Merlins around him, in his space, connecting with him in ways that no one else can. People who truly understand what it is like to be a Merlin among humans, serving out oaths to keep their demon nature under control. So, Tracy understands community is important. Tracy sees that. I mean, like, again, like, he's a white man, like half demon, whatever you want to say. Sure, he's a white man. Although on the cover of this book, he went to the tanning salon. So like she gets that like community is important, that it's important to be around like-minded people. But Bree stay running from the black folk. Bree stay running from them. I mean, there was like a throwaway line about how like she had warned the root crafters at the Chapel Hill. But as far as we know, there's like one root crafter there, her therapist, who was like 50. So like, did she really need to be warned by Bree? I don't think so. Welcome. Happy you could make it. Started scrolling through TikTok halfway through and didn't even make it into a chapter. In your defense, you work from 6 to 3. I mean, that's fair. Hopefully it's delicious. I'm thinking I'm gonna make some ramen during the next sprint because I'm too lazy to make anything like actually important for dinner. You read a good 50 pages of night crawling. You don't know how to feel yet. 40 pages, The 22 Murders of Madison May. I know Aaron. I know Monet. And who was it? Chanel. I think it was Chanel. They read that and enjoyed it. Started dinner since you're on your Christmas movie season. You're reading a Christmas novella called The Christmas Blanket by Candy Steiner. Okay, I've heard some good things about Candy Steiner's novellas. Halfway through, this is night crawling, correct? Yes. Waiting for it to give the way every single literary fiction girl says it gives. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've heard good things, like positive things, but I've also heard things that give a little middle of the road, kind of mixed, but hopefully it works out for you. Reading Serendipity, edited by Marissa Myers, a romance YA anthology. Is that the one that has like green? Is it like green and flowers? The title sounds familiar. The more you talk about the Legendborn cycle, the more you've validated DNFing book 1. Listen, I briefly considered rereading that first book, but at the beginning of this, we got the standard. Here's what you missed on the Legendborn cycle. So I'm happy I decided against that initial urge. 36 pages left in the book. You're disliking so much you don't even want to say the title. Listen, I know you've gone over why you don't want to DNF, but it's sounding every little update we're getting like you should just cut your losses and run. I think we'll do another sprint at the top of the hour, so in like 9 minutes. Give you, some time to stretch, get your water, all of that fun stuff. Oh, I didn't even read this comment. It didn't read, be recorded and started to edit a video. Sounds very productive. Read 20 pages of the selfless act of breathing, and then you played a game. You got the recommendation from Monet. Learning that second chance novellas are your thing, less insta-love and cringe, and you love them. That's good. That's good. I love this for you. You love me a bit of Black trauma, but this is like so much trauma that is almost camp. I mean, when I hear Kenya talk about like how she likes Black trauma, like I really want to make space for it. Like I want to make space for it, but I have to be reading like the wrong. Like here's the thing that I think is what I'm like. If I'm reading a book and like Black people are just like having a bad life, like their lives are like down bad, and they are like crawling through the gutters of the world to get to the other side and just like survive. I'm kind of here, like I'm here for that. Like I understand like that is a lived reality for a lot of people, and like if that is the story of the book, and I feel like the themes and the messaging is working, then I will be here for it. But if you are trying to pitch me a book where I'm gonna have to read about this person crawling through the gutters, it's gonna be a hard sell. Like it really is. Because I think that so often, like what the Black trauma books do, I think that they how do I say this? I think that they are often hard for me to talk about in a way that I feel is productive. I'm kind of coming to this realization based on well, y'all know I read The Weight of Blood. I announced that publicly, so I read that. That was a book that I read, and I feel like Black trauma was a heavy part of that. Like I feel like I feel like the racism in The Weight of Blood was introduced to make it different enough from the Carrie book that already exists, where Homegirl, I assume, is getting bullied for something for having a weirdly religious mom. I don't know why Carrie White was out here getting bullied, but I think that what the Black trauma in that book did was it felt like it was there to make it different, like to differentiate it from something. And so it's like, I need it to be there for more than to differentiate. Like I just do. I just do. I also feel like when books are Black trauma, like they're held up as something, like I think the real issue that I have with the Black trauma books is that they are often elevated or used as content. And I'm not saying like this is like a good or a bad thing, but they are often they're like I don't want to say a status symbol, but I feel like they are looked at as having literary merit. Like oh the trauma, and so oh look at the writing. The writing is excellent, and it's doing all of these things, even if it's not really doing any of the things. Like I don't think The Weight of Blood was actually doing a lot of the things that. And the further I get from that book, the more convinced this is the case, just based on the ending of that book and how certain characters arcs went. Is like, sure, as a Black reader, you can read the book. You can read the book and be like, oh yeah, like look at this. You're really getting the nuance and you're getting this. But I think that so often the nuance is lost on a white readership. And so it's like, I need you to hit them over the head with it. Like if you're gonna be traumatic, I need you to hit them over the head with the commentary that you are aiming to get across. Otherwise, I don't trust it. I can't trust it. Like one person is going through. So I guess in Nightcrawling, one person has a parent with substance abuse, a dead parent who was a substance abuser, a deadbeat brother who's a SoundCloud rapper, sexually assaulted, police brutality. I mean, it's like that's a lot of things, but I don't think that's too many things. It's still giving a little believable. Let the girl breathe for a minute. I agree. I usually just enjoy sadder works, but this is like a lot. Layla Motley wrote Nightcrawling this summer. She turned 17. There's more. I don't feel like that's. I get really iffy when like people start bringing authors' ages into the thing. Like, can you be a young author? Yes, congratulations. I love this for you. Can you write a book that is published when you were a younger person? Yes. But this book was not traditionally, not traditionally. This was not independently published. It went to a regular editor at a major publishing house. And so even if there is a lot of things in the book, I would like this is, not reasonable given the fact that like publishing houses do not maybe have enough editors or not paying them at a wage that they need to live in where they're residing. So like there's a lot that's going to go into this, but the editors aren't editing. So the age doesn't mean anything to me because somebody in their 20s, most people I believe at a regular publisher or have like a college degree of some kind. So I'm going to assume that they're a minimum of 20. Like maybe they were, Spencer Reed and they're like 16 years old at the publishing house, but I feel like that's a little bit unbelievable. So the author might be 17, but their editor almost certainly was not 17, and could have helped them, could have guided them, specifically if they know that the author that they're working with is a child. I feel like that is something that could be considered. You're trying not to be explicit. Damn. The police officers are the one who did. Oh my goodness. Oh, I shouldn't laugh. That's very serious. It's very serious. But that is giving Young Mungo vibes. It's very much giving what was that book? Young Mungo, and well, that was this year. Shuggy Bang. It's giving Shuggy Bang a little bit. Actually, this is getting closer to Little Life territory. But I will say that at least Nightcrawling is a much shorter work. So Lila Motley didn't drag it out. Hello, Aaron. Welcome. Let us know what you're reading. There is like 2 minutes until the next sprint. We're sprinting at a clock. You love a good angst-filled book because you love emotionally connected with books, so you're open to Black trauma. You have to be in the right headspace. It says the characters aren't just trauma. I mean, I am willing to read the book. I am willing to let you play in my face. But if I feel after I have gone through the traumatic experience and you are still playing on my face, I'm going to say something. I don't care if it's your like regular life that you're bringing to a novel. I don't care if it's your family member's life that you're bringing to a novel. Unless you are telling me this is a memoir, I don't care if it's semi-autobiographical. If it is in the novel section, I'm going to drag it. If I'm going out of my way to read a memoir and the memoir is about how this Black person went through hell and back and they were drugged through the gutter, obviously you would look real fucking foolish getting on the internet and saying, I don't want to read Black trauma. But I do think that in the bookish world, I don't think that it's entirely ridiculous to ask that I don't think anyone is asking for Black trauma books to go away, but I do think that it is entirely reasonable to ask that people promote books of Black joy the same way that they promote books about the trauma. Like you can publish as many Black trauma books as you want and market them however you want, as long as you are also promoting the Black joy books in the same way. Because so often the Black joy books are bait and switch. They will tell you this is going to be a fun, happy moment about these two little people running around the city together, and then it's not. Suddenly there's a cop involved. Suddenly their best friend is a drug addict. Suddenly their mother is beating them with a belt. Like suddenly some fucking foolishness is happening, and it was like I was promised white people happiness. This isn't white people happiness. Finally caught up just in time because there's like 8 seconds left till we go to the sprint. You haven't picked your next read. You need to edit. You may read The Burning God. Okay, Burning God. That's a good one. I enjoy that one the most, as everybody knows. 4 out of 5 stars. You agree? Give me some joy. Yeah, the joy is the real problem. I don't think the problem is the trauma. I feel like the problem is there's no joy. The joy is lacking. But it is time for us to sprint again. So I will see all of you back here in 45 minutes. Welcome back, readers. I made it to page 113 of Bloodmarked. This book. This little bookie book. This little bookie book. I think it is very weird. I guess I have to make a slight correction because I guess Tracy has heard the calls coming, and Bree has some Black acquaintances, allegedly, in the Rootcraft community at Chapel Hill, which would imply that she knows of Black people's existences, but she is only communicating with them in a business like way. So because of the events of the first book, the like big important community of Legendborn leaders is coming to town for a funeral, and for some things were happening as a result of the ending. And so I guess she like sent them a telegram and was like, hey, some Merlin's gonna be walking around, so maybe don't do some Rootcraft because they might chop off your heads. And they had a little Zoom call. So she like, and I think that's almost worse. I feel like it's almost worse to have a character. Actually, there are two things about this that I think are just like very questionable. Number one that makes me uncomfortable is the sheer like diversity within the like Legendborn, like the actual like scions and people, like the random people who like just live at this house or whatever. Like the number of like Asian side characters and like white people. I think there's a couple Latinx characters walking around, but she the only Black person that knows about the Arthur. She's the only Black person involved in the Arthurians out of all the, like this massive community of people, and she the only negress. Only one. That's what is actually bothersome. It's not even that she don't want to be friends with the Rootcraft people who are like her mom's people. Although this book also, I really hate the prologue to this book. The prologue to this book is like her walking through these like past lives of her ancestors getting shouted out. Like that's the thing that's actually bothersome about this book, is that I have to read about Bree being microaggressed at every turn. Every turn in this book, she getting a microaggression, and she don't got no Black person. Like this book went out. Like this is what's really killing me. This book, I read you guys the sentence in the last one talking about how Cell is around all these Merlins and how that must be nice for him to have this community. And like Tracy Dion is like, Bree is so envious of this when we can see now that she has access to a community. Like she has access to a community and she is actively keeping herself away from the community because she is connected to these Arthurian people that want her dead. Like that want her dead. Like literally want her dead. Literally don't want anything to do with her and would be very happy if she were to die and somebody else got to be the Arthurian scion. Like literally would be so happy for her to be dead. It's weird. It's very weird, Tracy. But let me see how y'all are doing. Let me catch up with y'all. Maybe y'all are having a better time. You still have to finish Verity. You're seriously DNF it. DNF it. Find a spoiler video. I know there are spoiler videos. I think Tahira has a spoiler video, like off the top of my head. People have spoiled that book. Go watch a nice little reading vlog. Get a little snacky snack. And just save yourself. You got food and updated the vlog. You're doing everything but reading. I mean, I think I saw this when we still had like 20 minutes. So maybe you got some reading in. Hello, welcome. Happy you could make it. I just know you're suffering. I regret reading Legendborn. Wouldn't touch Bloodmark with the 20-foot pole. Listen, I really wanted to believe that this book would be better. But right now, it's been a lot of setup, which is fine. It's been a lot of setup and there's been a lot of reminding you of what happened. I'm happy that we've been reminded about what happened because I was not going to reread. So the next 400 pages are going to be make it or break it. They're going to be make it or break it. I do think it's foolish. I think it's foolish that a character who is so willing to like distance themselves and want nothing to do with Black people is like constantly getting microaggressions, and we're supposed to feel bad for her. Like, do I feel bad that like racist white people are treating this child horribly? I do feel bad about that, but I also feel like I also feel like there really is no reason for her to like. I mean, I guess at a certain point, like if you know that like the end of the world is nigh and you are needed to like save the world, but at a certain point, just hit the delete key. Maybe after the world is gonna, maybe after Ragnarok or whatever the little Welsh people are calling it, maybe after that it'll be better. Like maybe we don't need to actually stop the end of the world. On chapter 8 of the Sunbearer Trials, on page 402 of Bloodmark, you like the magic system and the blending of rootcraft and Arthurian legend, but could definitely do without the love triangle. I don't even know if it's a triangle anymore. At the beginning of this book, it feels like it's supposed to be a square. I'm like, is this man really trying to? Is he like taking somebody's spot? Is he coming in? I don't care about Arthur, to be fair. The book series was never going to be for me, but I am still holding out hope that it'll get better. I'm holding out hope. The hope is fading, but maybe it will. Just started Where the Drowned Girls Go. You ate dinner, talked to your boo. Now you're reading the Candy Center Christmas novella. Okay, you got angst. Okay, love it. Love the angst. 8 pages left. Finally diving back into Babel. Goodness gracious, the like Black people used to those parents. Presence is the choice. Like, that's the part that is like really taking me out, because now it's not even like Black people don't exist. It's the like they exist, they are present, they're accounted for, and Bree is like, don't talk to me. Like Bree said, don't talk to me. Bree said, unless it is a business exchange, don't talk to me. And I think that it is so weird that like the book also presents Bree and like everything she's doing as like she is. So like I said, like the big top Legendborn people came, like it's a council. It's like this little council of elders or whatever came to town for a little funeral, and we have learned that they are now here to like spread a little misinformation. They're here to like lie to the folks, try to cover some stuff up. And Bree is like so gagged that they would want to lie to the people, and like they're doing these things. And I'm just like, Bree, you're supposed to be in a program for gifted children. I'm trying to, give some grace, because I understand that homegirl's supposed to be a child. Like she might be at this college campus living in this on-campus housing, but she is still a child, still a 16-year-old little girl in high school. For plot reasons, but also I can definitely say that while Legendborn should have been aged up, if this is where the plot was going, if this is what the plot was going to be plotting, there's no way she could be an adult, because I don't think Tracy Dion has the range. The range is not there. The range is not present and accounted for. So she's like, how could these adults lie to the people? And it's just like, girl, like, look at your life. Look at your life. And what do you mean? Why are they lying? Of course they're lying. Like, of course they're doing foolishness. And so I think that she's supposed to, like, what I'm getting, if I were to make a prediction about what this plot is going to be, I would think that Bree and Cell and this new man Lark are gonna go run off and try to find Nick, and it's gonna be their little adventures trying to find this man. Maybe that's what this book is gonna be. And it sounds like a book that doesn't need to be 500 pages. Finished Julie Murphy's story in the collection, in the anthology. I don't think she's gonna be to a class now. I don't think she's going. I mean, Tracy Dion heard this because there was a time jump between the ending of Legendborn and the beginning of Bloodmarked, where the council told these little girls, and well, I guess the council told the Legendborn people to like play normal, go to class, do your little tests, and so she's doing that. And Alice Chen, there's like so much that happened in the space from where Legendborn ended and where this book picks up, where it's like some of this could have been addressed at the end of Legendborn, but I feel like it wasn't. Like this whole like Council of Root Crafters is probably alluded to by Patricia at the end of that book or whatever, but Bree was not talking to the Black people, so that's a new development. Alice Chen is like fully aware of Bree's shenanigans and is like inducted into the little order as like a little research assistant. I'm like, I don't remember that happening. You weren't even talking to Alice Chen because you were getting upset when Alice Chen was trying to call your parents because you weren't going to class. So like that's been a thing that's happening. We're going to class. Bree moved out of her dorm room and into the little lodging where the Legendborn people stay because they're afraid that the demons are going to come and like try to kill her. And it's just, and this is the part that's actually killing me, is that Bree knows that she can't actually defend herself against these demons. Like she has no actual fight training. Like these are children who start learning how to wield swords at 6 and 7 years old because they lose their powers in their in their early 20s. And she got so offended that one of the little people that sell was like, yeah, we're gonna like send you to class with guards because you can't defend yourself. And she's like, this is so insulting. Of course I can. And I'm like, you can't. Like you actually can't. You can't use the sword. You can't use your magic. You don't know nothing. Like you are literally an idiot. The entire It's foolishness. Like there are some things that I can give you grace and let you get by on for being a child. But Bree, she ain't got no brain cells. Not a single brain cell in that head. She is not a gifted student. She did not get into this program. I wouldn't be surprised if we find out that she was lured there as part of some vast conspiracy because the Council of Elders knew all along and they were going to try and sacrifice this little black girl for something. Like, wouldn't be surprised that that's what's actually about to happen in this book. You're a third of the way through this Wicked Fate. You really like the Poison Heart, and so far this one is pretty good too. I love that for you. Seriously disappointing. I thought Bloodmark would be exploring the root side of her magic since the verse was all Arthur. I don't think we're ever going to get her exploring the root side. Like I don't think that's ever going to happen. I think she's going to get better at it, but I don't think she's ever going to be like, hey, hey, my fellow black people. That's never going to be her. Like never going to be Bree. Never going to be Bree. She is not going to associate with them. She is not going to be seen in the same circles. She want to be nowhere near them. Can't imagine it's going to happen. The best book I've read this month. Let me look at my spreadsheet. It is probably a book that I shouldn't talk about because it's probably for a video. But where's Firefox? There it is. 2022. I can tell you it's not Bloodmarked. I can tell you it is not that. Let's see here. Scrolling. I scrolled too far. Oh, now I scrolled too far in the other direction. Let's see here. I would say, let me get my ratings next to the book so I can make this easier. It looks like it's How to Be Eaten. I gave How to Be Eaten 4 stars. I gave Lore Olympus Volume 3 4 stars. And I didn't rate that. I didn't rate either of those. I wouldn't rate either of those higher though. So yeah, How to Be Eaten by Maria Alderman. That was a good book. It was a really good book. Around 330 pages into Silver Under Nightfall. Cute, casual read, but you could take or leave the prose. You love a vamp hunter moment, but also enjoying yourself. Not, but also enjoying myself, but I'm happy you're enjoying that book. I didn't realize that was the vampire hunter book. That's Ren Shipeko, right? I haven't read a Ren Shipeko book, but I'm happy that one's good. You've had to take actual sabbaticals to get through Babel. I mean, a little iconic. Do we? No. I think this is going to have like 4 books. Can we focus? There we go. I think this is supposed to be 4 books. Root Magic is a different. I think Root Magic is a Y. I think that's a middle grade. Amber McBride wrote Me Moth, and they have another book coming out at some point next year. Let me go to my good friend Goodreads. That I can't open up over here. Amber McBride. We Are So Good at Smiling, which is coming out January 10th, so right around the corner. But Root Magic is by a different author. And that was by Eden Royce. To answer this question. But yeah, I think there are definitely books out there that are going to talk about root magic and what it means to be root, and like people actually. This is the other. Oh my god. Can you imagine being Brie fucking Matthews talking about I'm calling on the ancestors and you don't talk to nobody that's actually black? I think that takes some fucking nerve to be to be out here like, oh yeah, I'm calling on the ancestors, but the only black person I talk to is Patricia, who is in service to me because she's my therapist, and the Root Magic Council because even though I don't fuck with them, I don't want the Merlins to kill them. Like it takes some very, very is very bold, I think, to be one Brie Matthews. I think that we will do our next sprint in like 4 minutes. So you have a little bit of a heads up. Not Terry. Not Terry Crew. Listen, maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. I do know that there were some people in the Tracy Dion hive that read the arc and were reserving judgment. They were like, "Oh, it's an arc. It's an arc." Because this was also Tracy. Tracy was, and again, I did not read the arc. I don't know what is actually different, but Tracy was real quick to come out and say that the arc was like 3 rounds of revision behind. And do I believe that? Yes. But also, like, in my limited time on BookTube reading arcs that I've been sent by people, they do send you, like, when I get an arc from the publisher, they are sending that to me for the express purpose of reviewing the actual product they have sent me. Now they tell you don't quote things because sentences have like will definitely change. When I read Permanent Record as an arc, and then I've read the finished copy several times, like when I compare my annotations in the arc that I have to the finished copy, like their sentences are, not there anymore. Different sentences are like rearranged. So like they're in different places. But like the actual like Pablo's arc, like what Pablo is doing is not very different. So when when Tracy Deanna was like running around talking about, oh yeah, like people are commenting about things. And so like maybe somebody made a comment about a sentence that was in the Bloodmark arc, but like okay, congratulations, you deleted a sentence. But like the actual journey that the character is going on, if you had to edit that much after the arc was printed, I feel like that still tells you the story was in disarray. Like if you were doing major developmental edits, making major changes after they printed arcs, like major changes, come on now. Come on, Tracy, don't play in my face. Don't do that to me. But again, I am but one man. I didn't read the arc, so maybe them big changes did happen. But so far it's fine. Like this is not like the worst book I've ever read. It's just frustrating. It's frustrating. But I'm happy they have it. I had Children of Blood and Bone. They got Legendborn. I think I'm winning. I think I'm winning. I think Tomi Adeyemi hasn't let me down yet. And even if she did, even if I wanted to believe that she had let me down, it's not as bad as this. It's not as bad as this. I know that. I know Zaylee talks to black people. I know that. It is frustrating. It's a very good way to describe it. Okay, I'm happy that we can agree there. I'm happy we can agree. I'm happy I'm not the only one. I might spend the next sprint looking at some reviews of Bloodmark to see what people are thinking, what the consensus is. But with that said, I'm gonna close. I'll keep Goodreads open. Yeah, I think I won. I think that I was victorious there. But I will see all of you back here in 45 minutes. Tracy Dion is going to hell. She is on the express train straight to the devil himself. This book, she is playing in my face. She must think that she. Oh, I hate it so much. And it's like, hate is actually, I actually don't think hate is a strong word, but I do think that it is being misapplied by me today. And I don't hate this book, but I do think this book is a joke. It's a joke. I'm sorry. Like, I want to think that you can do what Tracy is doing in this book, but I do think that you have to have Black people. Like, it is so wild to me. It is so wild. Like, normally when you're reading a YA book, you don't expect there to be a whole lot of parental involvement. You don't expect there to be a whole lot of community involvement. But it's just like, homegirl, you have to be a fucking idiot. Like, and this is the other thing that I wish I could understand what people are seeing in this character. Like, I really want to know what people are seeing in Brianna. Like, I need to know. I need to know, because I think she's an idiot. I think she has no common sense. Like, in what world does it make sense for Brianna to put all of her eggs in this one basket? Like, and what's killing me is she like tells Alice Chen all this shit, right? Well, where I just got to in the book, it don't matter. It don't matter that Alice Chen used to know these things. Like, I don't know. I feel like this is a cautionary tale. And I don't think that Tracy Dion wrote it to be a cautionary tale. I think it's winding up being a cautionary tale, because like, if you are a Black person, you don't talk to no Black people, you gonna get got. You gonna get got. And Brie out here getting got. And quite frankly, she deserve it. Quite frankly, I don't see nobody risking their life trying to help this girl out, because she a whole idiot. She a whole fool. But let me catch up with y'all. Let me see what y'all are up to. Is Babel really that girl? It seems boring to you. Here's my thing about Babel. When I read that book, I gave it 5 out of 5 stars. I said, ain't no book in 2022 touching Babel. Ain't nothing getting close. Nothing is going to unseat it. Best book of the year. Best book I've ever read. I think it's great. I think it is a literary masterpiece. But I think if you go watch that vlog, I also said that I don't really know if this book is for everybody. I wasn't too sure that this book was going to be for the general audiences, because people did not like The Burning God by R.F. Kuang. And I thought that The Burning God was the best book in the trilogy. I thought it was the one that was most interesting. I thought that a lot of the ideas that had been kind of toyed around with, like Cat playing with his food, were finally coming home to roost. So we're finally being able to be explored. Like, everything was coming full circle in The Burning God. And while the poppy war itself is really a lesson in myth making and what it means when you are trying to build a national myth, a unifying myth for people, Babel is obviously about colonization. So it's like unraveling that myth, or it's making a myth in a different way. And so for me, I was like, there's no way this book is going to be for everybody, because if people hated The Burning God and nobody wanted to read that book and they were very upset about it, there's no way that when R.F. Kuang comes out with this next book, they're going to like want to fuck with it. Like, there's just no way. And so I've seen a lot of people give that book 4 and 5 stars. Like, it is like pulling teeth to find a bad review of that book. But I do think that some of those same things are just not going to be for everybody. Like, not everybody wants to read a book where I do think the magic is very prevalent. Like, to me, the magic system in the Poppy War is like the same level as it is in Babel. And so for me, when people are like, oh, there's not enough magic, I'm just like, well, have you read an R.F. Kuang book? Because they're very similar here. And so I think that everybody wants to read a book about colonization and what it means to to fight back and to foment revolution, and how some people in the revolution are not who would you think would be leading the charge, and like are all that down with the cause and stuff, and like what is it going to take to push the people who aren't really looking for revolution to be active participants in Revolution. And so it's like, there's no way this book is for everybody. So when I see everyone giving those 4 and 5 stars, I do be like, is it really though? Like, do you really feel that way? So I think that if you think a book is boring, it makes sense. Like specifically Babel. But I could understand if you were in the sea of like, everyone is giving this book 4 and 5 stars. What am I not getting here? I can understand why you would ask this question. Yes, we got one more sprint. We got one more sprint to get through. Am I going to be reading Bloodmarked? I don't know yet. I had to stop reading because she was going straight to hell. Yeah, you're not alone. I promise. I mean, it doesn't scare me, but I've seen that comment plenty in the past. Yes, the express train. The express train. Listen, she going to hell. She going to hell. You want to tell me that you're going to get this little girl kidnapped by the little secret society that she has aligned herself with again? This is the thing. Like, I understand that you think that the end of the world is upon us, like Arthur is risen and all that jazz or whatever. But it's like you still have root magic. Like now we know there's a whole root crafting community that you can go be a part of. And yet you staying in this very white adjacent society. Like you are actively going, like you are actively finding a way to continue to ostracize yourself. And then what really kills me is you see them out here lying and scheming, and you're like, damn, that's fucked up. But then you continue to go along with it, like, well, got the ritual, so we're gonna go to the ritual. And now you out here getting drugged and shit. And it's like, do I really need to read about this little black girl being experimented on and being held captive and being kidnapped by these white? Like, this is not a good book. Like, it's just not. It's just not. Like, it's just like, I'm sorry, you can't be Get Out. Like, I have not watched Get Out, okay? But I know the ending of the movie, and I know that what's his name, the little TSA guy, he shows up at the end of the movie. We know that who is it, Daniel Kaluuya in that movie? Was it Daniel Kaluuya? I think it was. So we know that homeboy had a black friend that he was talking to the whole movie. Like he was in some scenes, wasn't a major character, but he existed. Like these are people, like you can't get a Get Out story where these like this secret society of Arthurian magic bitches are out here kidnapping a black girl. You want me to read that story, and she has removed herself from the community. I don't even fuck with Tiffany D. Jackson. But at least Tiffany D. Jackson's book, she got other black people, like the little black girls that be getting kidnapped in all her books. They know black people. They talk to them. They have community with them. So it's like, in what world are we going to be here? Or you want me to read about this little black girl who ain't talking to no black people, but now she has aligned herself with a white supremacist organization, and I'm supposed to feel bad when this white supremacist organization is like locking her in the basement and going to do some experiments on her blood? Like, stop. And again, this is the same little organization. The same little organization that that Nick, like, I thought that Nick was gone. I thought we were gonna like move past him as a love interest. But as I continue to read, again, Nick's grandpappy or great grandpappy, 2 generations, 3 generations back, was out here raping Bree's great granddaddy. So it's like that Bree had to experience. Imagine that. You meet your great granddaddy as she is inhabiting your body, and you are feeling her get raped by your boyfriend's great grandpappy. This is 3-dimensional chess of fuckery. But I'm going along to get along so I can understand why the Twitter girlies are out here giving this book 4 or 5 stars. I'm trying to understand. I'm really am. Like, I know that every time I come back with an update, I'm like, but I am really trying to like keep an open mind and understand what the girlies are seeing. But my third eye must be closed. It must be closed for business because I'm not feeling it. Don't run for the hills. Don't read this book. You're enjoying Candy Steiner's writing in this novella. Feels like you're reading a full-length novel. J.L. Seeger is the only author who's grabbed me with your novella. I'm happy that you are enjoying this novella. I'm so happy for you. Oh, if the synopsis is boring, just don't read it. just don't go for it. don't go for it. I mean, Babbel has its perks in that it's a standalone, but I think that their next book, Yellowface, will also be a standalone, and it's much shorter. I don't know how long that book is, but it's like literary fiction, so I doubt it'll be 500 pages. So if you haven't read a R.F. Kuang yet, I think there's still time to find the one for you, but they're all also very like similar. I think she's moving away from telling fantasy stories, but with her little romance that she wants to write, it still sounds like there's like some fantasy because the grad students are going on a trip to hell. So I feel like it'll always be there some way in the background, but I'm not surprised that she's moving away from the genre. Give it until she gets out of that situation and then make your decision about continuing to read or not. I can't say for sure that you want to keep reading, but things change. I mean, even again, like even if she escapes this institution, like even if she escapes from these people and she she gets reunited with Nick or whatever, I think her relationship with Nick is weird. I think the relationship she has with Celt is weird. Like, I think at this point I'm rooting for Lurk. I don't know the man. We just met him, but so far he's the most appealing love interest she got. Although he might have been in on the plot to kidnap her. So, like, is he really? Um, I just, I'm like, part of me is happy that it exists and like people are enjoying it, but I don't. I'm not. I didn't need it. I feel that way. I do know that. We'll also do our last sprint here in like 3 minutes at 05 for those playing the home game. You don't need to ever pick up a Dion. You're not going to recommend it to your students. I'm not surprised. I like to see the demographics for the people who enjoy the book you're reading. I looked at the author of Twitter because I was curious as to the pattern, didn't go too far down the timeline. I mean, most of the people that I see that have enjoyed this book are Black people. Like, that's the thing that kills me is like the Black girls that I follow are eating this book up. And well, not all of them, obviously, because Monet didn't fuck with it. Aaron didn't fuck with it. So, like, I know there are Black women who read this book and are like, no, thank you. Who were like, no, thank you. Or not this book specifically, but read like Legendborn. Even Tahira, I think Tahira gave it 2.5 stars when they read their arc. So it's like, I know there are Black women out there who are not appreciating this book, but I do feel like there are quite a few that are. It's also one of like 2 books that apparently is big on TikTok by a Black person. So I'm not surprised that it's more of a rainbow coalition. Yeah, the Black girls are eating it up. Like, the Black girls love it. The Black girls you follow get so mad. Exactly. There was a whole campaign by the Black girls that I saw on Twitter who were like, they were big mad that the girls were making the book. I say the book, Legendborn. They're the bookish Twitter spaces, I guess maybe even the book community in general, was getting real mad that people don't fuck about Bree, that people were more excited to see Selwyn and Nick again, and that they were decentralizing Bree and her own story. But it's like, I get that from a main character point of view, like Bree is the protagonist. She should be the focus of the story. But Bree is also a dumb person. So that's weird. It's also Legendborn was a book with a love triangle. And so people like Hot Topic was not selling Team Bella merchandise. They were selling Team Jacob and Team Edward merchandise. And can you have a conversation about how you could market that differently when the person in the situation isn't a white girl like Bella, but is a Black girl like Bree? Sure, I guess you can. But at the same time, like, you're going to market the book the same way the books are always marketed, and they're not going to just start rolling out Team Bree t-shirts when Bree is raggedy. Like, and I understand that she's raggedy in the same way that a lot of protagonists are raggedy when they are like plucked, they're like a fish out of water trope. So Bree had no connection to this Arthurian world, and so she spent a lot of time in Legendborn trying to assimilate and get all these things. But it's also like she's assimilated. There's so many ways that she's a fish out of water, and the only way that we focus on her being a fish out of water is in this Arthurian place. It's not her being a fish out of water at Chapel Hill overall, or a fish out of water in any of her classes, or even that she's from a small Black town and now she's around all these white people. So it's really, her only out of water is like, oh, we got all of these Arthurian people, but we also know that she got fucking root magic. So it's like, she can't even be a fish out of water with the root magic people. Like, there were just so many opportunities to make this a way where you could tell a story about Bree grieving and being a fish out of water and coming to terms with all of this shit. But she is only doing these things around white people, with white people, for white people. So I think that, like, I wouldn't say the book panders to white people, but I do think that it's foolish a little bit to act as though like there's more of them. There's more of them to talk about. Like we can only talk about Brie for so much. I'm sorry. Like I'm sorry. If you're gonna have a well-rounded discussion about a book, you're not having a whole conversation about the main character. It's a like sure, I will agree that they could be the focus, but at a certain point, you're going to talk about other people, specifically when your book was a romance or had a very heavy romantic subplot. And part of that romantic subplot was a relationship with two white characters. Nobody told Tracy Dion that both love interests needed to be white. In fact, people have routinely told Tracy Dion that one of them love interests could have been a black person, could have been a Latinx person, could have been an East Asian because there are so many East Asians in the Legendborn society. And instead, we have a half demon who was supposed to be, I guess, a diversity pick, which I have to say, we already talked about that stupid sentence at the beginning after the first sprint, but like having that be like some kind of like a racial difference coming from a black person, it's worms for brains. It's fucking worms for brains. But we are a minute past when I said we would sprint. So I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to be quiet for the next 45 minutes so y'all can get done whatever it is you need to get done. Welcome back, readers. I am now on page 256. I'm probably going to finish this chapter because it's like the last 2 pages. And then I'm going to call it a night. So I read about half of this with you guys. And I'd have to say that as the book continued, we were going further and further downhill. Also, we're going to ignore the fact that I was trying to eat my ice and there was still water in my water bottle. Anyway, but yeah, like it's just I will say, Tracy D, come on, camera. Thank you. Tracy Dion has heard the calls because we have a new addition to the crew. There is a black person in the little KKK that makes up the Arthurian round table. Samira, she's one of the lieges, and we got to meet her, and she's a black woman. So we have 2 black people. I still think it's very strange that Samira also only really, I mean, her family were like low-key kind of a part of it, but she wanted to be part of it because she wanted to be this one person's page, and this person sounds to be like another white man. So we have another situation where the black people in this book are in it to be like in it for the relationship with the white person. We also found out that, I guess this is kind of a spoiler, but we found out that Samira has like some cousins that do root magic, which again, if the order of the round table of KKK Arthurians is out here marking people who do the root magic, I'm not really understanding. Like, it's giving genocide. Like, it's giving actual complicity in genocide, genocidal behavior. So I don't understand this book fully, but everybody and their mother has blurbed the back of it. You got Lee Bardugo, Danielle Clayton, Kirsten White, Ella McKinney, and then some random publications. So everyone is doing this. And then I think what really gets me, is this book is dedicated on the dedication for every black girl who was the first. I guess, like, sure. But usually those black girls that were the first have some black friends, got some black support. Brie ain't got any of that. She ain't got no black support besides this random black person that she just met. And I almost can guarantee you that if she met Samira on the Zoom call for the root community, she wouldn't have given Samira the time of day. She only wanted to talk to Samira because Samira is the liege. But let's see what y'all are up to. I'm probably gonna end this around like 5 after, so like 10-ish minutes. Gonna wrap it up. You take it back, stop reading, you're on page 499, and you're officially done. On chapter 13, you finished your Candy Steiner novella, 5 stars. You did no reading. You watched TikToks and threw some tater tots in the oven. That's fair. Can't go wrong with some tater tots. I love me a good tater tot. Can't lie there. I used to joke that it was the only reason I bought a what is it called? An air fryer was for my tater tots, because as much as I love throwing some tater tots in the oven, they don't ever get quite as crispy as I want them to get. But in the air fryer, it'd be perfect. I'd be like, yep, hot and fresh, and I love that for me personally. I think that, like I said, I'm going to finish the chapter that I'm on. Exactly. They're great for any potato. Any potato is good in an air fryer. I also love to heat up my leftovers in the air fryer. It's perfect. You did nothing but play your Switch. Okay, well, what were you playing? What were you playing on the Switch? I think, like I said, I'm going to finish this chapter, and then I will be on chapter 21, I think. No, I'll be on chapter 28. Chapter 28. And I'm going to call it a day, because I do... Well, I'm going to call it a day reading overall, because that's like almost it's like 250 pages right now. And then tomorrow, I'm going to focus on getting some books knocked out for this little secret project, because my aim is to have that video up next Monday, the 28th. So I want to use this week to knock some of those out. I might do some reading sprints Wednesday and Thursday. I haven't decided, but I do know that I'm not touching this until I'm back on some reading sprints. So I will finish this book live with y'all. You'll get to experience the full journey with me. Sending thoughts and prayers. I hope you can do it. I feel like that's when I bought mine, but I probably didn't. I think I just got it on, I think it was around, maybe it was like the Christmas sales, so they weren't as good, but it was still a significant reduction in price, because every time I go to Target now, I see the air fryer that I bought, and that thing is almost like $200. And I know I did not spend $200 on this air fryer. I think I spent like, I want to say it was like $70 plus tax. And for all the stuff it can do, I will accept it, because mine is one of those where it's like an air fryer and you can use it as essentially like a slow cooker. I mean, you can do more in it, but I don't know why. Like some of the settings that it has, I'm like, do I really need those settings? Although I thought that about the roast feature. And then on Friday, I used it to roast my tomatoes and stuff for some salsa. And I was very happy, because I know if I tried to put that in the oven, it would have taken a lot longer to heat up. You got leftover chicken wings in the air fryer. I mean, I will put not any leftovers. But like, we had some quesadillas at work the other day, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna take a quesadilla home. And I threw it in the air fryer, couple of like minutes. It was perfect. Playing Harvestella. You're obsessed with it, and you're almost close to the end. I haven't heard of this, but I love this for you. You gave your air fryer away. You didn't use it. I feel like if mine was just an like if all I could do was air fry in it, I probably wouldn't use it. But I have used it for some of its other things. Like I have used like the slow cooker. I have used it to like saute my veggies for the slow cooker process when I'm like, I don't want to do any dishes. I have now used it to make some salsa. Like if I couldn't do more in it, I probably would not use my air. Like if I just went out and bought one that all I could do was air fry, I probably wouldn't use it. But because I have one that I can do a whole bunch of stuff in it, I use it a couple of times a week at least. Sale for about $30. It's basic, but it gets the job done. I mean, if that's all you need, that's all you need. You also didn't know how to use it. You just use your slow cooker and conventional oven. I mean, that's fair. There's still some things I use like the regular oven for. Like if I buy a frozen like pizza, I put that pizza in the oven. Like I'm not gonna try and put that in the air fryer. Just an air fryer. I mean, I just measure my rice. I make rice every day. I've made rice today. I didn't make it yesterday. Did I? I did make rice yesterday. So like on paper, it makes sense for me to have a rice cooker, but like I just measure my rice and it comes out perfect. I measure my rice, I set a timer, I get perfect rice. But actually, there's no but. Like when I used to live in California with my uncle, we had a rice cooker and I would use it, and like the rice was fine. But I feel like now that I have moved to like measuring my rice and measuring my water and like just setting the timer, it comes out much better. Like in the rice cooker, it'd be real hit or miss. And sometimes if I'm like in a hurry and I'm not paying attention to like the timer, it can mess up, but not janky. I mean, some of the how do I want to say this? Some of the like sometimes getting the perfect little pot of rice means like turning the heat off. And so like if you set your timer for like I usually cook rice for 30 minutes for the amount of rice that I make. And so at like 27 minutes, 26 minutes, I'll like turn the stove off and I'll move the pan out of the way and do what else that I'm doing. Yeah, it's just a timer. Like I measure the rice because every kind of rice, like long grain, basmati, jasmine, it all has like a different water to rice ratio. So I follow the water to rice ratio. I mean, I just buy generic long grain rice, so it's like 1 to 2. So I have like half a cup of rice, so I use a cup of water. Although I do add a little bit extra water. It's not exactly a cup of water. And I put it on the timer, and I'll pull it off the heat a little early, and I'll just let it continue to steam in the background while I saute my vegetables and, you know, whatever proteins I'm using, and I get perfect rice, and it's nice and fluffy, and I love to see it. It's perfect. But with that said, I'm gonna go. Like I said, I will see you guys here Wednesday or Thursday. I know Thursday is a holiday, but it's just gonna be me in this apartment, so not your if the rice cooker is working and you are, you know, getting your money's worth, use the rice cooker. Like, keep going. But that is also what a rice cooker does. Like, the rice cooker will like stop the actual like cooking process and just keep it warm or whatever. But like I said, I know Thursday is technically a holiday, but that's not going to stop me if I want to come live. That's why I might do it on Wednesday instead. But at some point this week, I will do some reading sprints on the channel because I have to hold myself accountable to get some of these books knocked out. So I'm going to go. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday evening, and I'll see you guys again soon. But until then, and until next time, bye.